Hello everybody, I'm Martin Wenzel. This is Microsoft Flight Simulator. I'm in Brazzaville, Congo, Republic of the Congo. That's Foxtrot, Charlie, Bravo, Bravo. Maya Airport. And today we're going to be flying to Jomo Kenyatta International Airport in Nairobi, Kenya. This is flight Kenya Airways 774, usually flown using an Embraer 190, but since we don't have that plane yet, going to be using FlyByWire's A32NX Airbus 320neo mod, and using the livery created by Ivar18. There's a link in the description below for this. You might have to do some work to get that to load up the livery, but if you have any issues, you can send me a comment and I can help you out with that. Alright, so let's get inside the plane. I'm going to start this flight. You can see I'm using self-loading cargo. I can't wait until they actually get this updated, but they still are working with the door issue. This one should work. Since we technically have the jetway connected, the door will stay open and we won't have any problems like we did at other places where we're trying to do it with the stairs. But they're still working on that, and they're going to have voice commands and all that. So we're all set up here. 156 passengers. Let's start the flight. There we go. Let the cargo vehicles and stuff get over. And let's get in the plane. Let's get the external power connected. The baggage, catering. And we'll bring the fuel truck over, but I don't think we need to do that. Alright, I'm way too zoomed in here. Let's get our batteries on. Well, let's do our checklist really quick here. So our engine master switches are off. Engine mode selector is normal. Landing gear is down. Wipers are off. Battery switches are on. External power is on if available. And I'm going to do the fire test, and then we'll start getting the passengers on the plane. So I'm going to go over here. Oops. And I want to pull. Oop, I don't want to do that. There we go. Make this a little bigger so we can just see what happens when we do the fire test. So here we go, APU fire test. And we get the message right there. Alright, so we are ready for boarding.
Hi, cabin crew, we're ready to get going now, so as soon as you're ready, you can open the doors and start letting the passengers aboard. Thank you.
Alright, let's hit the APU master switch on. We're going to go back down here again. Hold this open so we can just see what's going on. Flap is open, and start switch on. And we get our N% is coming up. EGT. Alright, cockpit lights as required. So put this away for now. Brighten up our PFDs. There we go. You can see the APU is available now. Parking brake is on. Acupressure and brakes right there, both in the green. Actually, the brakes aren't in the green, but I think that's where you want them. The acupressure, that's what we're looking for right there. Flaps are up. Speed brake lever disarmed and retracted. Whoa, what's going on? What's going on there? Okay, that was weird. VHF1 dial was just flipping out. Alright, probe and window heat is auto, meaning we don't need to press this, we just keep it like that. Lead switch is on since we do have APU available. And now we're checking the overhead for white lights. So here, crew oxygen supply. I feel like they did another update here. I don't remember these little dots on the switches. I just updated the A32NX today. This kind of looks like it's on a weird angle. Anyway, get our ideas, our nav 1, nav 2, and 3. Well, over here we want to turn on our, we'll turn our strobe lights to auto, beacon light on, seatbelt light, well, we'll keep that off for now. We'll turn the no smoking to auto. That's what that is. Arm the emergency lights. We don't want to turn the seatbelt lights on until we are finished fueling or, you know, that kind of stuff. We'll flip these on. No white lights. Pack flow is normal. We have our fault on these generators. That's the engine power. Get our fuel pumps. And we have no other white lights there. Good. X-bleed is auto. And I think, where is that? Yeah, it might be this one right here. I know they added it. It is functional now. So we'll keep that there. Auto. Cargo heat selector, electrical panel, ventilation. And then the exterior check. Battery 1 and 2 off then on. Pack flow is required. So we'll go through this quickly. Ideas are set to nav. Exterior lights as required. No smoking signs. Seatbelt signs will go on once we are done fueling. We got auto for the landing elevation. ECAM electric page. We can see we are on external power right now. Fuel mode selector manual. Fuel pumps check. Engine 1 and 2 fire test. So we'll go over here again, just to show what happens when we do the fire test. So we'll do engine 2 first. And you get the message. Audio switching panels, normal, PA reception knob. These are all just checks. Let's now jump and get our clearance.
Brazzaville ground, Kenya 774 IFR to Nairobi, ready to copy.
Kenya 774 is cleared to Nairobi Airport as filed. Takeoff runway 23 climb and maintain 7,000 feet. Departure frequency is 118.7 squawk 267 tree.
Okay, and I should have done my initialization. We'll write that down.
Nairobi Airport as filed. Takeoff runway 23 climb and
We can
maintain
actually
7,000 feet.
jump over here and throw in my
Departure
initial
on
altitude.
118.7 squawk 267 tree.
Kenya 774 readback is correct. Contact ground on 118.7 when ready to taxi.
so we got our IFR clearance, initial altitude 7,000. So now we want to go to our FMS and get that set up. So we just want to check this. You can see our nav database that's been updated by Microsoft Flight Simulator in the past couple days. We got the right engine type. We are an A320. All that looks good. Flight management system. FAA selection to our flight plan initialization. Alright, so, and I might have, yeah, I think you go over here and do this. Used to be I just had to do one thing, but now you actually have to go here, request your data. We got that. I did it the other day, and I was able to get it to load in here. Yeah, see, it's not going to load the flight plan either. So I'm not sure where I'm screwing that up. Might be able to do it from here. Let's see if this will work. I gotta type in my...
Hi there, we are pretty much ready to go up here. We've got the load sheets on board, so once everyone's on board, please feel free to close the doors and we can get going.
Okay, great, we're almost done.
Alright, let's see if that does it. I don't think it's going to, and we might have to do this manually. Which is kind of annoying, because I did do this before, where I was able to set the stuff in the Microsoft Flight Simulator flight plan, just kind of point A, point B, our departure and arrival, but then still be able to get the, right here, get all that stuff filled in, including the flight plan. But now we're going to have to do it by hand, and let's see if I can do it. Alright, so I'm going to bring up my flight plan. Let's look over here. We can actually look at our tablet. We can see our flight plan. It's going to be right there. Oh no, that's the alternate route. Sorry. Where is the route? There it is. So we're going direct to KSA, Kilo Sierra Alpha. And I'll just give you a little look there, and you can see it on the top, on our top panel there, top bar, it has this. I can't see that on my screen, so I'm going to have to pull it up on my other screen, but here's our route. We'll throw that in. Hopefully I can do this. I want to get the cost index and all that stuff too. So I'm going to pull up my flight plan over here. Why is this so zoomed out? Alright, so our cost index is 5. So put that right there. Cruise flight level is 370. Okay. Our alternate airport is going to be for today Hotel Kilo Mike Oscar. And that's not letting me put, oh, let me put it in there. Okay. Alright, so now we need the, this kind of just slows everything down having to do it this way, but this is how they sometimes do it in real life. So first we need I think that's how I do it. I think I do direct to. Let me try it this way first, and then we'll see. I haven't looked how to do this. I didn't think I was going to have to do it. So Kilo Sierra Alpha. No, I said, I haven't done a flight plan like this in a while. I think we might have, I think we do it this way. Alright. Okay, so let's do it direct, but it's not putting it in my flight plan. Alright, give me a second here. I need to figure out how to... I don't remember how to do the... put in a flight plan. Kind of embarrassing. I was not expecting that. Like I said, I tried it before and had no problem just going, being able to load in with the... Actually, I think if I do this, let's see if I do this. No. Yeah, that's really kind of annoying that I can't, it isn't bringing it all in when I do it like this. You guys remember, you usually would have that, and I don't know why it's not coming up anymore. So, jump outside the plane here, see some lightning, and we're going to be a little delayed while I relearn how to input a flight plan.
Brazzaville ground, Kenya 774, could you please disconnect the jetway from the aircraft?
Alright, I think I figured that out now. So let's put this in. We got Kilo Sierra Alpha. We click right there next to the departure, 13 nautical miles away. And we insert. So now we got our first waypoint. And then we're going to jump over. Let's just kind of look up here. Yep, you can see it's our next point. Used to be able to move the camera from these points, but can't do that anymore. So Kilo Sierra Alpha. And then we have, we're going to be doing an airway, which is Uniform Alpha 613. So what we need to do is we click here on the last waypoint, go to airways, and now we'll be able to put the rest of them in like this. So Uniform Alpha 613 to Bravo Juliet Alpha. There we go. And then another airway, Uniform Mike 306 to Perrin Papa Alpha Romeo India November. And that's it for our points. And you can see it filled in all the other points, and you can actually check on our navigaph. X out of that. You can actually see right there, you got Olvas, Onron, NCAC, and so forth. And we'll just double check that. Hilbach, Pispa, Bikip, Lazmi, Kiluke, etc. Lots of little points along the way. No discontinuities, so we are good there. So we can go back to our right here. Let's see, we can go to the menu. We'll go to our performance, weight, and balance. Here's our fuel. Let's get our fuel in. So black fuel is going to be 11,000 kilograms. We can see we do have that now. And then, skip to the payload page. We got our zero fuel weight, our center of gravity, our number of passengers. And let's see if we can load this. Should load. Sometimes doesn't work with the simulator perfectly. Yeah, as you can see, the payload is not loading. I don't know why it does that. Fuel is correct, but we want to get our payload correct. So I'm going to throw myself in here. About 100 kilos. And economy class, we're going to put up to 9,000. And we'll actually go to 8,000. And we'll add a little bit more to our business class. And a little bit more to the forward baggage. And we can add 7 more kilos right here. There we go, we are perfect on that. So now our center of gravity is 30.56. And that's basically right there. So we then go back to our NIT page. Page 2, zero fuel weight. There it is, 30.6. Fuel planning is going to tell us 7.5. We'll confirm, but that's not actually. Whoops, I didn't want to do that. Yeah, it messed up my fuel then again. Whoops. Not a big deal actually, but we want to go by what we have here. So let's make sure everything is set. Hopefully it doesn't reset everything. Good, that keeps everything there. Alright, back to our NIT. We actually want to have the correct block. It's going to have all the other things, trip time, how much fuel is going to be used. All that looks very good. Alright, we have all of our passengers on. They're kind of roaming around. Let me see, hopefully And we got these passengers stuck in this endless loop. So what we're gonna do, I'm gonna start this over again, the self-loading cargo, because that just gives us a big problem as we're flying. Would you like to restart? Let's see. Can I? No, because that's just gonna... Yeah, they're still in that endless loop. So that's the door problem. I kind of got distracted when I was closing the doors. There we go. It's going to give us a brand new one. We'll just start this all over again. We'll do a quick load. And right there. Start the flight. That means we have to actually connect the jetway again. That's alright.
Brazzaville ground, Kenya 7.
Yeah, if you have the doors fluttering, you'll probably get 4 passengers stuck, and then we had that problem last time. Alright, 0 fuel weight. It's kind of changed. That's weird. I'm not sure what happened there. Okay. Go back to our checklist. Ready for boarding.
Hi, cabin crew, we're ready to get going now, so as soon as you're ready, you can open the doors and start letting the passengers on board. Thank you.
And I think we can actually... Yeah, right here, right-click to instant board. We'll do that
No problem.
once we get a little bit further. Just because we've been taking forever on getting this going. Okay, we got the flight plan. Align IRS. Our IRS is aligned. Flight plan wins as appropriate. RNAV page, 0 fuel weight, and block fuel. Okay. Takeoff data. Performance. V1 is 136. Rotation speed 137, and V2 is going to be 141 knots. Transition altitude is actually 4,500 feet here in the Congo. Flaps are going to be 1. And this is the flex takeoff temperature. Actually, I've been doing this on all of them, but we don't have to do this. It just saves some fuel if we do. But, well, let's do it. Well, no, well, let's try this one and see what happens without doing it. We have more than enough fuel, actually. Go to the glare shield. Our lights. And set our barometric reference. We can actually look over at our panel again. And it's 110. Alright. And then our flight directors are on. Now, I don't know why we don't have dashed for our speed. There we go. Heading is going to be about 230. So you want the speed Mach window dashed. Heading and vertical speed. Altimeter window, or altitude window is at 7,000. Lateral console, that's up here. No white lights, everything's good. Instrument panels, adjust our blanking on what I want to say, adjusting our brightnesses and everything. Got our standby ASI, get the brightness on this, artificial horizon, and get it set to the barometer on here. Clock, anti-skid nose wheel steering is on, pedestal, this is all extra stuff we don't have to do a ton unless we really want to get really immersed. Our thrust levers are idle. Engine master switches are off. Parking brake off then on. Gravity gear extension stowed, and ATC is set. Altitude reporting, I think was... Oh, there we go. Altitude reporting is on. System 1 for WXR, or radar. Squawk code is set, fuel quantity check, takeoff briefing. Load sheet, takeoff data. External power, let's get the external power disconnected. Let's go over here to the dashboard, ground, and say goodbye to external power. Alright. Got our pushback clearance, startup clearance, we've got that. Windows and doors are closed. So let's board the passengers instantly. Since we've been messing around, they're all in there now. You can put the seatbelt light on. We have our beacon lights on, meaning we're going to start pushing back. We'll turn our nav logo lights on since it's getting a little darker out here. And let's do our engine startup. Okay, hopefully. Now they're all in and seated, so we're not going to have this problem, but I should disconnect the jetway before moving on there because that caused this little issue. But all of our passengers are in their seats. It's actually completely full. I guess 156 is the most we can have on the plane. Go back to clearance, and we're just going to talk to... We're now at the point that we have to get a pushback. So let's call a tug. Now the cool thing will be once they update self-loading cargo, we'll be able to call the tug and have conversations with the tug and everything. There are some other mods that let you do that, but I haven't been able to get them to work consistently. Now I really didn't want to take off this late in the afternoon, but because now it's going to be, I think, a little bit darker when we land than I wanted. But we'll get a good sunset. Alright, so the pushback has started, our passengers are all seated, and we can start the engines when ready. So we're going to go over here to ignition and starting engine 2.
Cap crew arm doors, thank you.
You can see the engine coming. Now, I need to
welcome aboard this Boeing 787-8 aircraft.
actually need to see where the heck I am.
Please pay attention to this short film, which highlights important safety information.
Let me get my charts here.
Please ensure that your baggage and personal belongings.
Which way we need to go? Where runway 23 is. It's actually going to be. Probably need to turn
Captain, the cabin is secured. All doors cross-checked. We're ready to go.
to the left.
Thank you.
Well, like I said, I'm a little discombobulated. Not completely ready.
Adjusted and unfastened like this.
Yeah, we need to turn
seatbelts fastened at all times when you're seated.
this way.
In case we experience
There we go.
turbulence. If you're sleeping, you must
Actually, could
fasten
figure
the
that out right
seatbelt
there if I
to a
wanted.
blanket, making sure
Those
the
wheel
buckle is
steering
fitted
disc.
so that the crew will not need to disturb you during checks.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I mess
Special
with that.
seatbelts will be issued to
Okay, so we got
passengers
engine
traveling with an
1,
infant on their lap.
starting engine 2.
In the unlikely event that the cabin air supply fails, oxygen masks will drop down automatically. Whilst remaining seated, place the mask over your nose and mouth, securing it with the elastic headband, and breathe normally. Fit your own mask first before helping
Now we can
others.
stop our pushback.
An extra mask is provided for those
Turn on
traveling
our
with
taxi lights and our runway turn-off
Reflect your life
lights.
jacket
Put the
and
wing
your
lights
seat
on.
economy class, and in the front center pocket of your armrest in Premier World. When asked to do so by
Disconnect
your
the
cabin
tug.
crew, take it out of its
Set our
container,
parking brake.
pull it over your head, pass the straps around your waist,
And we're going to do our
clip the
after engine.
fasteners at the front, and pull the straps to
Normal.
The life
APU
jacket
bleed
should only be
is
inflated
off
when you're outside
because
the aircraft. To inflate, pull the red toggle sharply downwards. If required, the air can
Look
be
at
topped
our
up by using
APU,
these inflation tubes.
or actually our
The
electrical,
life jacket has a
is coming
light
from the
to
engines
attract
now.
attention
Not
of
using the
light.
generator
Pull
APU,
this
so we're going to turn
so
off.
that the light will illuminate
APU
when
bleed.
contact with water.
We're going to arm the ground
Life
spoilers.
jackets must be inflated whilst inside the aircraft.
Rudder trim is 0.
Passengers travelling with an infant will be given an infant life jacket by the cabin crew. Will give you special
Flap
instructions
levers are in the
on how to
takeoff
use
position
them.
of
In
1.
case of an emergency,
Pitch trim
four level
is
lighting
set.
will appear to help you find your
Just
way
check
to the
that.
first exit.
Actually,
The
we're going to go
Boeing
on to
787-8 has 8 clearly marked emergency exits, which can be recognized by this green symbol. They can be located by following these green
Right there on
symbols
30.
and arrows, which
I believe
will
that's how we
direct
do
you
it.
to the nearest exit.
I could have sworn there was like a
Each
little
exit is fitted with an
arrow
escape
or
zone
something to
the
show
right.
where your trim was,
Please
but
remove your shoes before
hopefully that's
using
what
the
I need to
exits,
do.
as these and any other sharp objects may damage the slide or raft.
I always forget. Not a great
Personal
pilot.
electronic devices
Cam
must be
status
switched off.
page.
Seatbelt sign
Normal.
is illuminated for takeoff and landing.
Engine and wing anti-ice as needed.
This includes
Master switch
all
for the APU
electronic
is off.
devices.
Ecam door page.
Once cruising, the use of mobile phones,
All the doors are
and
closed.
and other
We'll clear to
consumer
disconnect.
electronic devices
And let's get our
with
taxi
connectivity
clearance.
is permitted. We now
Brazzaville
kindly
ground,
request
Kenya
that you ensure
774 ready
mobile
to taxi
phone is
IFR.
on flight mode
Kenya
and switched
774
on.
taxi to and hold
Kindly
short of
ensure
runway
wireless
23 by
connectivity
taxiway
of
Alpha
your
cross
electronic
runway
device is
23 left.
disabled and the device
Contact tower
switched
on
on.
118.7 when ready.
Check that your table is folded away, seat back is in the upright position, armrest lowered.
Before we get too far, let's get our departure in here. 2-3
Fasten your seatbelt
left.
tightly,
No,
ready
2-3.
for takeoff. You are kindly reminded that smoking
Cleared
is
for runway
strictly
23.
prohibited at any time or place aboard this
And
aircraft.
our
This includes the
SID, we don't have a
toilets, which are
SID.
fitted with smoke detectors. Tampering with the smoke detector,
going direct
non-adherence
to
these instructions
Kilo
is
Sierra
an
Alpha.
offence punishable by law. A safety information
Taxi to
card
and
has been
hold short
provided
runway
in the
23
seat
using
in front of
taxiway
you.
Alpha cross runway
We advise
23
you to
left
read
Kenya
this before
774.
takeoff, as it illustrates details of vital safety elements, such as your brace position and the location and correct use of emergency equipment on board.
just gonna get some of the stuff like the auto brakes set to max. Flight controls. We can do that once we start rolling here. We'll do this. Make sure our brakes, our rudders, and actually go to
Thank you for choosing to fly Kenya Airways.
flight
the
control
pride
right
of
there.
Africa.
See our rudders. Alright, and there's our pitch trim. So now, let's turn off the parking brake and let's get taxiing. And let's try to get on the right line here. Our whole getting ready here took a little bit longer than anticipated. And we're actually going to use the think. Oh, I don't think we can use the runway 23 left, the closed runway, to get down to our takeoff position. No, we're going to have to go actually on the runway and do flip a U-turn at the end. So once we get to at least on the navigraphs is saying this is Charlie up here, but Charlie should actually be right where we're at. So I don't know if the navigraphs is a little off or what's going on there. A little faster than we want to be going. Try to get that slowed down. Kind of just wants to roll on its own. Let's do a cabin check. Okay, and then we're going to test our takeoff config. We want to have no blue. Now our predictive wind shear is still off, so we'll flip that on right there. Auto. I did see a plane coming in here actually earlier, which was surprising to me. Usually not a ton of traffic. Make sure we're clear. Yeah, it looks like we are. Haven't heard any chatter on from the ATC. We got 10,827 feet on this runway. Runway 23 out of Maya Brazzaville International Airport. Yeah, I want to try to speed up our, getting ready to take off, get faster than 40 minutes, 45 minutes, but I have to remember about 10 minutes of that was figuring out how to get the flight plan input.
Brazzaville Tower, Kenya 774 at runway 23 ready for takeoff IFR to Nairobi.
Cabin crew seats for takeoff, please.
Lost all our speed.
Takeoff runway 23. Cleared for takeoff runway 23 Kenya 774.
Alright, we're going to get our takeoff lights on. Strobe lights on. Just do a quick double check. Get our crew seated. Is the crew getting seated? Let's see. Oh, they look like they're... Oh, we got one crew member making their way. You can see their path. Dale Bradley. He's assigned to the galley and he's going to be getting seated. And we are just about ready to go. Do our final checks. Yeah, there's our predictive wind shear, camera report for takeoff. Get our TCAS. Engine mode is in normal, packs as required, exterior lights, and we are ready for takeoff. The chronometer, go to about 40%.
Contact Brazzaville Center on 118.7. Going to 118.7 Kenya 774. Brazzaville Center Kenya 774 is climbing through 2,200 feet for 7,000 feet.
Kenya 774 Brazzaville Center, continue as planned. QNH 29.83. Kenya 774 climb and maintain 7,300 feet.
Severe turbulence.
Climb and maintain
Okay, so we're expected 3 hours and 31
Kenya
minutes.
774.
Once we get to our S speed, we will go to flap 0.
$2,500.
Take a look at Brazzaville beneath us. And we're crossing over into Kinshasa.
Kenya 774 contact Kinshasa Center on 123.7.
Going to 123.7 Kenya 774.
Past our transition altitude.
Kinshasa Center Kenya 774 is climbing through 5,300 feet for 7,300 feet.
Kenya 774 Kinshasa Center, continue as planned. QNH 29.83.
Alright, weird. I can't control the drone camera again. Alright, what is going on here? I think we're gonna maintain 7,000 for now. Oh, 7,300. Weird. A little bit more climbing, and then hopefully ATC will clear us to 37,000.
Kenya 774, climb and maintain 11,000 feet.
Climb and maintain 11,000 feet, Kenya 774.
Interesting that. I didn't click anything. There we go. Weird. Weird things happening. Beautiful shot of the Congo River. There, yeah, we're flying right now over the Democratic Republic of the Congo. I don't think that's Kinshasa Airport right below us, but it might be. Let me check. Yeah, that actually is the Kinshasa Jali Airport, I think. Only one runway. See the suburbs down below us. And, I don't know, looks like a little bit of some issues with some satellite photos, it looks like to me. We're kind of coming over. I don't know what's going on down here. It doesn't look so great. Hopefully my network is still doing alright. Over there it looks fine. Might be some patchiness. Alright, we're at 11,000. We can actually turn off our landing lights. Still got the lightning, we got some high level clouds. Yeah, I don't know why we're not. Did they clear us again? I missed it? No. Not exactly sure why we're hanging at 11,000. Let's see if I can request an altitude increase.
Kinshasa Center.
Yeah,
Kenya,
I don't know what they're doing.
774. Request 12,000 feet.
Kenya 774, climb and maintain 12,000 feet.
Usually they'll clear us to where we need to
Climb
be.
and maintain 12,000 feet, Kenya 774.
We're headed for Olvas, and on the flight plan it says to get the, we should be at about 30,000 once we get to Olvas. So we're going to get this increased because sometimes it doesn't want to give us what we need.
Kinshasa Center.
Sometimes it does.
Kenya 774. Request flight
ATC is
level
flying us
220.
low for some reason right now.
Kenya 774, climb and maintain 12,000 feet. Expect flight level 220.
Climb and maintain 12,000 feet. Expect flight level 220, Kenya 774.
Kenya 774, climb and maintain flight level 190.
Climb and maintain flight level 190, Kenya 774.
Alright, so they're giving us 19,000. I'm going to try to get up to 37,000.
Kinshasa Center, Kenya 774.
3 hours, 23 minutes out.
Request flight level
expected
320.
time.
Kenya 774, climb and maintain flight level 190. Expect flight level 320.
Climb and maintain flight level 190. Expect flight level 320. Kenya 774. Kinshasa Center, Kenya 774. Request flight level 370.
Kenya 774, climb and maintain flight level 190. Expect flight level 370.
Climb and maintain flight level 190. Expect flight level 370. Kenya 774.
Okay, I hit the C key again. Now, for some reason, it wasn't controlling the plane, but like it usually does. Maybe I accidentally hit C. I don't know why it's doing that. I think there's just way too much thunder and lightning going on with these clouds. You can see the beautiful African countryside below us. Double check to see what ATC is said. There we go. Flight level 290.
Climb and maintain flight level 290. Kenya 774.
Yeah, so I know I got a bunch of people that are really like my African flights. Now this isn't a permanent thing that I'm just going to be flying Africa. Just happens to be where I am in the world flights right now. Now I actually have to work my way back to Mozambique. So that's why I'm flying over to Nairobi, and then we're going to take Nairobi down to Maputo, Mozambique. But then I was realizing that I've only done videos for a few of the countries I've flown in Africa. I actually flew a bunch of flights in Microsoft Flight Simulator from Egypt down to Ethiopia, Sudan, Madagascar, Seychelles, all that. And so I might bounce around a little bit to some places I've already been myself, but I know you guys want to see them, and so we might be able to do that again. Right now, the plan looks like it's going to be Maputo, Mozambique, and then we're going to do a short, about hour flight. Probably going to might do that one in the CRJ Bombardier 700 or the 550. Haven't decided yet. I think the 700, depending on what livery I can find. In real life, though, the flight is a South African flight, code sharing with LAM from Mozambique, and that's in an A320. But it's such a short flight that'd be a flight that'd be very good to do in a CRJ. And then once I get to Johannesburg from Maputo, that's that 1 hour flight, gonna go from there to Walvis Bay in Namibia. That's gonna be again in the A320. And then, well, that could be in the A320. We could do that in the CRJ. We'll see, depending on how long. CRJ only can go about 3 hour flights, and so anything over that. And most of my flights are shorter than 3 hours, but some of these actually coming up are these longer ones. This one, the next one's gonna be about 4 hours. And so I'm gonna go to Walvis Bay, and then I've got them scoped out or written up as Airlink flights, South African Airlink flights from Walvis Bay out to St. Helena, and then St. Helena back to, I think, Cape Town, or yeah, I think Cape Town. But the problem with those, having those be Airlinks and trying to do them in CRJs, is again, these Airlink flights, most of these flights are actually flying Embraers, and for some reason I thought Embraers and CRJs, Canadian Air regional jets, were similar, and actually Embraers are 2-engine, just smaller than the Airbus, and can go significantly further than a CRJ, and so those flights might end up going back to being A320s, but I will be trying to get some more CRJ flights in here, and hopefully a good freeware Embraer 190 comes out. I know there's some work on them. Hopefully those come out and good liveries, and we'll be able to start flying more of these flights in the actual planes that the flights I'm trying to simulate actually fly on them. I love the A320 or the A32NX mod. It's great, but it'd be great to also fly in some of these other planes. I'm hoping going forward I can get a few more freeware. I went for the CRJ, and I don't really want to pay for too many planes, just because I don't fly enough to make it probably worth it. But I think one of my things I always say is that, and I picked this up from Funhouse on YouTube. One of the guys said it's like, you pay $1 for a game, you should get an hour of enjoyment out of it. So for every hour you play, that's $1. So if you pay $20 for a game, if you don't play it for 20 hours, you didn't get your value. Well, Microsoft Flight Simulator, I got the premium, or the whatever the top thing is, with all the planes, all the airports that came out of the box, and that was what, $120, over $100. I've already spent at least flight hours over 125 hours in the game, technically over 300, but a lot of that's loading screens and stuff. But once all said and done, I'll be in here thousands of hours. And the CRJ, $50 for those two planes together. Hopefully I'll get over 50 hours of flight time out of those two. And they look like good planes, you just have to learn how to fly them. Which is probably what I'll do after this live stream. Is maybe I'll do a live stream flight of CRJ, or I'll just do a flight myself. Like I said, maybe we'll do a live stream and you guys can see me kind of figure it out on the go. Alright, get up to 35,000.
Kenya 774.
Just the random lightning. We need to work on the storms, the weather, but still good stuff. So beautiful. It's like it's clearing up as we go over. There's like a little bit more jungle in front of us. Noticing a little bit of performance slowdown, especially when I'm using the flight panel over here. I think part of it is I think I have my refresh rate for my screens a little too high. Been messing around with different settings, trying to get it just right again. Because I kind of lost a lot of them trying to get the simulator to work over the past 3 months. So let me know how the quality is. I can only see the playback at 360p, which is a little frustrating. It used to be I could play it back at 1080 or whatever. So I don't know what's going on there. I don't know if that's on my end or what's happening there. But we're on our way 23 miles out from Onron, and then to Nkak, Ilbach, and Pispah.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the cockpit, just to let you know, we've reached our cruise level. We're not anticipating any delays, so hopefully we will have you at your destination on time, as planned. As the cabin crew make their way around the aircraft, please make sure the aisles are clear of any items. And I invite you to sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of the flight. Thank you.
about to start serving alcoholic drinks. Please make sure your tray table is in the down position and clear any items from the aisle. Thank you.
some changes in the sky lighting. Sun's going down. And yeah, I was hoping that we'd get landed as the sun was going down, but I think we're gonna, the way it's looking, it's gonna be pretty set by the time we get landed. Let's see what time is it here. That's only 4:27. Yeah, so by the time we get there, it's going to be around 6. Actually, check that on. Yeah, 6:20. So I was hoping to get there or 5, but I set the flight up and it took me about an hour to get going and everything. So, and we're flying away from the setting sun, so it's going to get dark. And I would have preferred to land kind of with the setting sun, but this is nice too. Start seeing some of the stars coming out. Still got that lightning though. I wish we could just stop that lightning. I like the live weather, but it seems like it's always too much thunder and lightning. Yeah, we're 96% satisfied over here. Let's see if we can see who's not satisfied. Yeah, here we got it. Well, a few people. I don't know how you get that 96 number. I guess these guys are really satisfied. 100%. Okay, everyone got a little bit different percentage. Well, they're not all Karens. Here we got a Lewis Conroy. Male 27. Getting thirsty. Yeah, I don't know what his problem is. He's just a little bit thirsty. I guess we could get some alcoholic drinks. An alcoholic drink service going.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start serving alcoholic drinks.
Emma Williams, 6 years old. Well, that's why he's not satisfied. He's stuck next to 6 years old.
Any items from the aisle. Thank you.
Emma Anderson and Emma Williams. Kind of weird that they're not like a family or something. Oh, this person. William Erickson. A lot of Williams going on here. I don't know what the shaking plane is going on. Lucy Aram, Monique MacArthur, Simon Boswell, Alf Jameson, Siobhan Montague. Well, there's a name. Most of these names you think would be kind of Alf MacArthur. Not Alf. Two Alps on the same plane. Yeah, it'd be really cool if they could get more names that would probably be in the area, since this is a flight in Africa, maybe some more African names. Not to say there's no, Emma Anderson's flying on a flight from Brazzaville to Nairobi, but probably a few more, I don't know, a few more Kenyan names, or Congan names. It was very busy. Yeah, we go to I can go to Flight Manifest with the name. Well, it's all, I don't know, I thought it was an alphabetical order, but it's not. Rita Rose? Just looking for some more strange names. Yeah, Seal Bond. Marita Roses. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of names repeated. We need to get a few more names in the database. I don't know where that comes from. If you can add a bunch of names or where it's pulling, making these passengers up from. See a number of Alfs and Jeffs. Got a couple of Jeffs sitting right next to each other. Jeff Martin and Jeff Mathers. One's relaxing, one's looking out the window. Yeah, it's in seat order, so you just kind of see where everyone is. Seems like a lot of men. Seems like the women are in the front and the men are in the back. You can see their carry-on bags. Some actually light carry-on bags. Usually when I carry something on, it's well over, that's like a pound. Half a kilo is a pound. Usually my backpack is probably 5 to 10 pounds itself. Then you got your check bags. There you go, 43 kilograms. It is a domestic flight. Well, it's international, but it's not that long of a flight. I've got 3 check bags. AJ call outs. Popwell also going for the 3 bags. Goes good. A lot of interesting things you can find in this mod, or in this floating cargo. Yeah, for flight sticks, I just have the Thrustmaster. Yeah, it's in the description. Let me see if I get it right. Yeah, Thrustmaster T16000M flight control system HOTAS joystick, and then Thrustmaster flight rudder pedals, and then Thrustmaster weapon control system throttle. So three things. I use the rudder pedals. Basically, the only time I use the rudder pedals are when I'm on the ground, moving around, taxiing, and then occasionally on landing. But it seems like when I do the rudder, then I just start tipping the plane, and my landings all get messed up anyway. Yeah, so we're starting to get some night sky here. Looks like we're turning for our waypoint here. Yep, that's our big turn. We were at Kilo India November. Now we're turning for Lukeg. Shifting to about 98 degrees. Our Mach 78. I turned off the panel, so now it doesn't have the sim brief here. Why is it not loading it? Because that's how I know what my barometer needs to be set at. It's hit and miss getting it from the printer, or also why is it not letting me pull it from sim brief? There we go. Yeah, it's a significant difference too. Just coming up on Rwanda and Burundi. Gonna be going over, I believe that's Lake Victoria. But I could be completely wrong on that. Yep, that's Lake Victoria. We're actually going to be, one of our waypoints is Bravo Juliet Alpha. That's Bujumbura. And I think that's the airport. I think we flew into there when we flew to Burundi. That's where we flew to get into Burundi. So we're going to be going off of that VOR on DME. There. And we'll be skirting just the bottom of Lake Victoria. So we're kind of going right, kind of going down to the tip of that lake on the river, and then kind of skirting to Nairobi. So when we get there, Lake Tanganyika. So we'll see that off on our right side as we're coming in to Burundi, and then Lake Victoria will be on our left as we come up and we cross in. We're going to avoid Rwanda. Right now, still over Democratic Republic of the Congo. But we're making our way, kind of angling down to Burundi, and that way we don't have to fly through Rwanda and then directly over Lake Victoria, I guess. Fortunately, the sun has gone down, so we won't be able to see those sights as well, which is not what my plan was. But I took too long to get set, and I set the simulator time a little bit too late. So like I said, maybe we'll fly around some of these sites again. Get over to Uganda again. You can always do that. Right now the plan is to get down to Mozambique, to Maputo, which is at the southern, very southern tip of Mozambique, right next to Eswatini, or what used to be Swaziland. We're going to cross from Maputo over to Johannesburg, take Johannesburg over to Walvis Bay, Namibia again, and then out to St. Helena Island, which is where I believe that was the final place, the final location of Napoleon's final exile, and I believe that's where he died. Got a little bit of sun. And then we're going to have our stars. Again, what's really great about the Microsoft Flight Simulator, all those stars are right where they should be in the sky. I think they're a little bit too detailed, but I suppose if you're at 37,000 feet, you're going to be able to see all of those stars. You're not going to have as much light pollution and ambient light right around you. If you were outside the plane, if you're in the plane, it might be harder. Reading lights and all that on. But I do think it's a little, you can even see it kind of rotating ever so slowly. If we stay on this camera angle for the next while, those stars will shift and we'll lose some of those. I don't know what star this is. I mean, that's Orion right there. You can actually see the belt. I'm not sure what star that would be. It's on someone who knows their stars, maybe Josh knows, in chat. Yeah, thanks for letting me know about the quality. For some reason when I'm looking on my live stream page to monitor it, I can't get it to go higher than 360. But that's okay, I've got it open. I opened it up on its own on YouTube, just the video itself, and yeah, I can get up to 1440p because I actually am over. I'm showing you my whole screen, everything that's the flight simulator, the self-loading cargo, that's in the top, that's my top left corner of my screen, and then, this corner down here is the bottom right. The graphics on the top and the bottom, that's actually extended beyond my monitor, and so I'm actually recording at, I think my resolution is 2560 by 1280. I think, yeah, 1280, and that gives me a 2:1 ratio or an 18:9 ratio, so I can still have end screens, because YouTube supports that. They don't support 21:9 for some reason, and what I was doing before was 2560 by 1200, but yeah, my screen is 2560 by 1080, and then I have basically a virtual thing being added. That's how I can show you my whole screen, still have the widescreen aspect ratio, and show you exactly what I'm seeing on my monitor, and then also be able to put some data on top and bottom. And so for people with a 16:9 screen, it's not as much black bar. If you have most phones are going to 2:1, 18:9. My phone actually worked better, the 2560 by 1200. I added that 80 pixels and actually narrows it on my screen. So every screen's different now. Yeah, to Yanni John, I've flown to Mauritius. Mauritius is on the east side of Africa, right? Let me check. Yeah, I think Mauritius is, it's going to be on the east side, and then Mauritania is going to be up in near Morocco, because I believe that's an old Roman provincial name. Yeah, I have flown to Mauritius. And those are some of the ones I've flown to already, and yeah, out there on the island, St. Denis, St. Denis. That was actually a really cool flight. I want to say I flew it with Air Seychelles, or Ariston. Oh, I have some great pictures and again some sunrise takeoffs and stuff. Really beautiful. So maybe I'll, like I said, maybe we'll just kind of loop around and just do some more African flights down here and get back out there, since I didn't start making videos of these flights until I was already over to Namibia. And so I think I missed, I mean, I started my whole world tour. We're on flight 117. I started it over in New Zealand because that was the first, I downloaded a scenery pack and the satellite imagery and everything for X-Plane for New Zealand, and I wanted to see it. Flew a flight from, I think, Christchurch to Auckland, and then bounced off of Auckland. I think I went over to Brisbane, down the Gold Coast, Sydney, Alice Springs. I kind of flew around Australia a little bit, just bounced all around, went up through Asia, China, India, flew into Paro with a Boeing 737-800, even though those flights usually going in there, there's I think only 5 pilots in the world qualified to land at Paro Airport, and I believe that's in, no, that's going to be, that's Bhutan. I think Bhutan is, yeah, Paro Airport is in Bhutan, I want to say. Yeah, because Kathmandu is Nepal. So I flew from Bhutan then to Kathmandu, which was a lot easier to land at. But Paro was, I kind of crash landed that one. I almost made it. It's a very difficult approach. And so probably a few years from now when we get around to going that way in Microsoft Flight Simulator, I'll actually be able to land there in the A320, which is what they actually fly. And I think there's only 5 or 6 pilots that are qualified to land there. But yeah, flew all over there. Bounced up to Georgia, Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan. I know I landed in Moscow, so got Russia off the list. I'm not sure about Ukraine yet. Turkey, Iraq, haven't done Syria. Most of the Middle East, but I think Israel, Jordan, Lebanon, Syria. Saving those for when I come back up. Bounced over, then got over to Egypt. Haven't done Yemen. There's a few that I've missed in here because they're disputed, and I was trying to keep it, but I kind of want to go there and just knock off the list anyway. It's a simulator. So yeah, I did Egypt, and then that's, I think, about flight 80 was getting to Egypt. So did about all those, everything east of Egypt in Asia, Australia, the ocean. I think I missed maybe like a British Indian overseas territory or something, a few islands here and there that I'll have to get back once we get back over that way in Flight Simulator here. But Egypt was where I did the switchover. That's when kind of, I think I just didn't have time to do as much flying in X-Plane. I think I put that on pause, going out and being a truck driver, not as much time to fly. X-Plane required me a lot more setup to download satellite imagery of like the areas around airports and stuff. Whereas Flight Simulator, it just pulls it all. That's the great thing about it. Yeah, so Egypt was the switchover, and then I flew Egypt to Sudan, Eritrea, Djibouti, Ethiopia, South Sudan, Somalia, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, Tanzania, Madagascar, Mauritius, I believe, and St. Denis. St. Denis is actually the French. That's that Reunion Island. Hit the Comoros. I think we got Mayotte. I think. Might have missed Mayotte, so we'll have to get back there. Maybe we'll do that. Missed Mozambique, though. Got Madagascar, Malawi, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Eswatini, Lesotho, South Africa, Botswana, Namibia, Angola, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Republic of the Congo, Gabon, I think Equatorial Guinea, I think we got too. So that's going to be coming up. But yeah, got most of the places. But yeah, I think we've only done videos of Zimbabwe, Botswana, South Africa, Lesotho, Eswatini, Namibia, and Angola, and Democratic Republic, and just a few of those on the southwestern, southern tip. Missed Mozambique and a lot of those eastern ones. So if you guys want me to swing, maybe we'll just do a swing back that way, or we'll go up to Western Africa and then swing back down again, and then do like a long flight to Portugal or something, or kind of work our way over. Nothing's set in stone. I do have basically all my flights kind of planned. We were going to go from Brazzaville, I think, to Douala in the Cameroon, and then we're going to bounce. That was going to then get to Central African Republic, Equatorial Guinea, northwestern Africa, and then up into Israel and Europe, and keep going. And then I realized I missed Mozambique, so there is an opportunity to kind of just fill in a whole bunch of other flights here. I missed, St. Helena and Ascension, and those. So there's a lot of places to hit. It's up in the air, the exact itinerary. Yeah, Josh, well, everything's released. Everything is, oh yeah, you're saying new European content, yeah. Yeah, France, the latest update, the latest big update, I don't know when it came, before the last time I came home, so sometime here in April, was France, Luxembourg, Belgium, Netherlands. They added a bunch of stuff. I believe before that was UK, Scotland, Ireland. Before that, the big world update was the United States. And then the first world update was Japan. So, who knows if they'll do an Africa world update. I'm sure there's some areas that could use it. Everywhere in the world could use it. Going in there and hand modeling some of the stuff, even some of the mountains, because if they pull it, if they don't go in and hand model the mountain doesn't look like it actually does. I know I don't know in the United States update I think they updated Washington DC, where it actually had all the buildings before someone actually was able to make some money releasing a scenery pack of that, and then I don't know if they've probably taken a hit to their business there since it's now included. But I know, like, out in South Dakota, Mount Rushmore, if you don't, originally it would just show up as kind of a blob of a mountain, and Washington, Jefferson, Roosevelt, and Lincoln weren't there. You actually had to download a mod for it. I think now that's probably baked in the new update that came out a few months ago. Crazy Horse, the same thing. It wouldn't even be there. I did a flight in that whole area. I couldn't find Crazy Horse. He wasn't there. I was flying exactly there. I could see the parking lot and all that, but Crazy Horse wasn't there. So I had to get a mod. Oh, satisfaction just went down a little bit. Guess it needs more booze. I don't know why there's all these people who are thirsty. A little bit of hunger. I don't know if they're going to do. I have the service automation on. I don't know if they've done a food service, but we're getting short on time. Hour 43 out. Really, Project Fly is telling me we're about an hour 11. I probably should do hour 43. Well, let's do another hot drink service.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start another drink. Maintain the tray table in down position and clear any items from the aisle. Thank you.
Tijani John, I'd say, I don't know which one's my favorite aircraft. I mean, I flew for airliners exclusively the 737-800 Boeing, the Zibo mod, which basically this A32NX is kind of like the Zibo mod for the 737. That one, the Zibo made that plane flyable and really usable and much more realistic, more of the buttons functional and everything, just like this A32NX mod from FlyByWire. As far as Microsoft Flight Simulator, yeah, the A32NX is my favorite plane. It doesn't require... It's a lot different. The Boeing systems and the Airbus systems are different, so it took a little bit of learning. And if they ever get the Boeing 737 in, I'll fly it if I can get that for free, or if I can get it pretty cheap, pretty inexpensive. I'll get that so I can fly the flights that use that plane and the flights that use the Airbus. You know, it'd be amazing if we could have all the planes, but in a simulator you kind of really want to just get good at one plane anyway. You're not just bouncing. Most pilots, they fly one plane, you know, at a job. They're going to be flying, you know, the 747. That's the plane that they fly for all their flights. Now, obviously, throughout your career, you change planes depending on the job, but often you have your Boeing pilots and your Airbus pilots, and usually you're not just bouncing between two different planes. You can see that wing kind of flexing right now. You can also notice on the window, I like these views. You can see all the scratches on the window. Now this is kind of weird that when you go to the next view, which is his engine view, I feel like I think we're outside the plane, but you can't hear. It seems like we're still inside the plane. So I don't know if that's a glitch or if we're supposed to be inside the plane, that we should still be in the window. We're just seeing a different perspective. I don't know. Yeah, but so for Microsoft Flight Simulator, the A320 is my go-to plane for flying, you know, airliners, because it's the most functional, the fly-by-wire one. They're working on an A380, which will be freeware, completely built from scratch. There's another group working on an Embraer 190, or at least maybe the whole family of planes, I'm not sure, but I will be downloading that one. It's available, and learning how to fly it so that I can fly these. A lot of these flights over here in Africa, a lot of these flights are actually Embraer 190 flights. I bought the CRJs from Aerosoft, the Canada Air Bombardier regional jets. Only flew it once and didn't really know how the systems worked yet. I'd like to fly some of the bigger planes. I'd like to fly the 787-10. I'd like to fly that some more, but it's so, you know, I paid all that extra for the premium content for Microsoft Flight Simulator, and you know, the premium content isn't that good. The Zibo versions of the planes, and maybe they're going to get better, but the modding community, that's where the planes are going to come from. And so, yeah. But yeah, I'm not really tied to any. I mean, it depends on the simulator and what plane is available. You know, the A320 and the 737-800 are similar sized planes, and so I tend to fly them, and it just so happens that they're also the planes that people significantly mod. Alright, we're catching a little bit of turbulence here, and the simulator's kind of slowing down a little bit. Let's kind of see I'm getting a little bit of, my frame rate's kind of eating it right now because of this weather. Wow. I can't move around either. There we go. Ooh. My frame rate is awful right now, and I can't even check it because for some reason, I turned it off in the corner. We're doing some decent turbulence right now. Again, I don't know what it is. I have to, like I said, I have probably some graphic settings that are not optimized yet, or they should be. I'm still running a, GTX 1070 and an i5. Definitely need to do an upgrade for this computer to keep streaming and doing my flight simulator and other things at high quality. Oh, we actually have one of our passengers actually standing. Where is he? Oh, that's cabin crew. Why are they all pink now? Oh, okay. Why is everything pink now? I don't remember this stuff being pink before. That's weird. I think that's right there. No, that's cabin crew. This person. No, cabin crew. Oh, they sat down again. Alright, well, yeah, I'm surprised there's just not a lot of people bouncing around. Okay, I'm not sure what the pink is all, because you see these seats right here, so I don't know if that's kind of a glitch, graphical glitch. But yeah, everyone's sitting down. Everyone's for the most part. Okay, I don't know why this person is pink. Serving drinks. Okay, the rest are monitoring. Okay, so he's serving drinks. Okay, so we got Chloe Haycock, she's cleaning the drinks trolley. Dale Bradley, he's monitoring passengers. Cassie Miller, monitoring passengers. Barry Townsend, serving drinks. And Edward Baker. So I believe we have 5 flight attendants. 3 men and 2 women. Interesting ratio. Usually don't see that. Alright, I gotta let the cat out of the room here. This is not PackX. This is self-loading cargo. You see right there. Might be a little too small for you to read, but self-loading cargo. I believe it's about, I think it's 14.99 pounds or euros. I think it might be pounds. So $15-16. I bought both PackX and self-loading cargo while I was playing X-Plane. Both of them have their advantages, disadvantages. I think the reason I got PackX was because I wanted to have more ability to do sound packs and stuff, but actually self-loading cargo has sound packs and actually has a lot more options, I think, for sound packs. You can actually customize every single little thing that's said and make it airline specific or whatever, if you really want to get into that. Like, for example, this flight, the only thing I had customized, and it's similar to PackX, I would have had the same thing customized, was the safety briefing. It was Kenya Airways safety briefing. I believe it was a safety briefing for the 787-10 though, or 9, whichever one it was. But it works. But you can also do the boarding music. Same with PackX, you can do boarding music and the safety briefing. But this you can do, seatbelt announcements, all the things. You can make them very specific for the flight. All right, so here we are coming over Bujumbura. About 10 miles out, so it's going to be below us.
Going to 128.1 Kenya 774.
Oh, there it is. Bujumbura. I believe Bujumbura is the capital of Burundi. That's not what I want to do. That's on the wrong computer. Yep, Burundi. This is the capital we're going over. Republic of Burundi. Bujumbura. See the airport. take our little bit of a course adjustment. Over here we're going to have Lake Victoria probably. The road's going to be right over there. Get tab, 89 nautical miles. Yeah, I don't know. I got some graphic setting is set wrong and it's causing me to have some yeah, not as good a frame rate as I had before. And I think it might be might have my monitor's refresh rate too high. Because I was, just messing with different settings to just try to get simulator to work before and what would work. And where it sucks is, right now it's not a big deal, but it's as you're coming in to land and you're doing all that stuff and you're kind of glitching, and I didn't have that problem before. And then since the last few updates, and I think I just messed up a few of my graphics settings, and that's causing it not to work as well. Okay, this is saying my estimated fuel on board when we get to our destination is going to be negative 1.3. I don't know how that's possible. We got 5,000 kilograms. We should be good. We're over halfway through, and yeah, I don't know why it's using up my fuel so much, actually. Oh, there we go. Now it's 2.4, 2,400 kilograms. Okay, yeah, that was weird. I suppose I can go in here and do the fuel prediction. Throw a few of these a little bit of this approach information into the FMS. Temperature at our final 20 degrees Celsius. Wind 76 knots. The minimum, I feel like there used to be a DNH, like our decision height, and I don't know why I'm not getting that anymore. It's just the barrel. Transition altitude. Yeah, I have a feeling this is going to be a rough landing just because I'm not getting a great frame rate. Yeah, I don't know why it's lagging and why it's doing that now. Like I said, it's probably the refresh rate. I think I turned everything back to the high preset. I had been fiddling with doing some ultra, and it seemed to be working, especially out here in Africa. There's not as much, but I did a flight from Milwaukee to Minneapolis in the CRJ 700, and that was a mess. It was really, there's just too much in America, too many buildings and stuff to load in. Yeah, so I think I think the screen refresh rate's the one I haven't adjusted, set down back to low or whatever. You don't need it that high. Who knows? I don't even know where it really does. It just uses resources, I think. Also could be the EFB over here, the panel. That could be causing some trouble. Yeah, John, I've flown the Boeing 787. I've flown it. I think I've flown a few flights on this world tour with it, and I was thinking the flight, actually all these flights that I'm flying right now, I probably would have flown them with the Boeing 787, or would have had to fly with a different livery, because back in February when I was originally going to fly from Angola, Luanda, Angola to Brazzaville, I only had the only Kenya Airways livery that was out was for the 787-10. And so I was like, okay, I'll fly the 787-10, and then I couldn't get the simulator to work. It wouldn't load in because of region settings and something else. The update just broke it and made it that you had to have your region set correctly. It had been set to China for various reasons, including living in China, but also being able to use subtitles and stuff. And so, yeah, I was going to do that. I've flown a few flights with the 787. Ethiopian Airlines uses it quite a bit, actually, for some of these flights. And there will be some flights coming up where it'll be kind of hard. It's like I want to be able to fly that plane and use different planes and use the actual planes for the flight I'm flying. But it's going to be hard leaving such a modded and more functional plane like the A32NX and going to the Boeing 787-10, which is just kind of still a mess right now. It's flyable. I've flown flights. I've done the whole flights on here. I did an overnight one where it's like I just set, got it on autopilot. I flew from Heathrow, London Heathrow to Tokyo, British Airways, and I think that was, I forget how many hours that would have been, but set it to autopilot and went to bed, got up in the morning and landed it. And so it works. It's not completely broken, but it's not totally functional. Yeah, my map's not updating here. Oh, there we go. So we're just about to leave Burundi and get into Tanzania. Yeah, luckily didn't have to dump any passengers to get the fuel efficiency working. That's really weird. I've never seen that before because usually these flights, especially here in Africa, it seems I have flights where I'll get 12,000 kilos of fuel, and I get to the end of the flight and I still have 10,000. And I don't know why. Now there's I think some of it's because just the distance between the alternate airport and the final. Some of these, you just need that extra fuel because your alternative airports are not as close, whereas, we get up to Europe, we get up to more populated areas of America, your alternate airport's only going to be maybe another 50 miles away. You're flying into Chicago, your alternate airport's probably Milwaukee, maybe Rockford, I think. I'm trying to think which other airports, would be your alternate if you couldn't land in Chicago and you had to get down. You wouldn't need that much extra fuel. But there are some of these where it's like you're flying to, Mauritius, so you're flying there. Well, you need enough fuel to also be able to get to Madagascar or to the Comoros or whatever to be able to land. Tiani John, I'm using the Thrustmaster T16000M flight control system, hooked to this joystick, and I got the flight rudder pedals and the weapon control system throttle. That all was a package I bought in China, actually. I was able to get it on Taobao. You get almost anything on Taobao, actually. Surprisingly. Including like if you go and watch my American Truck Simulator videos, that's in my racing videos, all using the Logitech G27 steering wheel and pedal shifter, and you can't even buy that. That wheel is not available in America. You know, you look for the G20, Logitech G27. You could find it. You'll find it on eBay, or you'll find it Amazon. It'll be like $10,000. You know, the guy I bought it from on Taobao, it's like he had a picture, and it's like his whole apartment was full of these boxes of these steering wheels and stuff. So next time I'm in China, I might have to buy a replacement, because before we came back, I broke one of the latches or devices that hold the clamps that clamp to the table. So I need to buy a new one. Alright, so contact DAR Center. Man, the lightning. Whoa. Getting pretty crazy down there. The Dar Center is in Dar El Salaam, which is Tanzania, on the coast. It's actually must cover the whole country. It must just go by country. Must not be any overlap. I'm looking on my Project Fly. You can actually look and see the boundaries for the different control centers. And basically in Africa, it's all just by country. It gets a little weird. You know, like Namibia has that like tail that dives off towards Livingstone, in the middle of the continent. I want to say we're probably 500 miles away from Dar el Salaam, but that's the center that we're in now. Here we can kind of, I'll show you, I'll pull it up right here and show you. I'm looking at it on my other screen. That's not where we're at, but I can show you FIR boundaries. And where are we? I don't know why I can't. See all the different boundaries. Look at Africa, they pretty much just overlay with the borders. So you just cross the Burundis, so Jumbura control, to Dar el Salaam, Dar control, which is for Tanzania basically. And once we cross right around here into Nairobi, they'll be quickly giving us our we'll zoom out, see where we are in the world. The flight, pretty relatively straight, kind of angles down to get into this little path. And it's saying 50 minutes. The overlay on top is saying 50 minutes. This is saying hour 20, but that's expected. That's the expectation. That's when we expected to be there, so it's about 50 minutes out. Looks like the clouds are starting to get a little thicker, but it looks like we're actually going to clear out. I wonder if that's like coming off the lake. Like Victoria's coming off to our left. Is Microsoft Flight Simulator cheaper than X-Plane? I bought X-Plane. I bought X-Plane for $20, and then I bought the real live traffic or whatever it was that adds traffic to your airports and in the skies. That's something that Microsoft Flight Simulator is missing with the real liveries and all that. I'm hoping someone eventually brings that in, or Microsoft Flight Simulator implements that more, where you actually have much more traffic going on at the airports. Real, I mean, you do have the real traffic, but you have, you know, they don't have the liveries and everything, and that's a lot harder to do. But we're only, what, 6 months in this game, so the modding community hasn't had enough time to rip it completely apart. Yeah, but I bought Microsoft Flight Simulator for about $100. Yeah, you're right. That, yeah, with the plugins, just to get it, I think, yeah, to get X-Plane to look as good as what we get out of the box with Microsoft Flight Simulator, you're right. You would need to spend a lot more, you know, for weather, a weather plugin, terrain, or, you know, getting a lot of the orbits, airports, and, you know, yeah, here it's like, I'm just flying over Africa. This is all just streaming in from the internet, and frankly, I'll fly around Africa for 100 flights. I wouldn't mind, because there's so much to look at. It actually looks like what it should look like. It's not just that default junk that X-Plane is. Now X-Plane, yeah, it has the better plane physics, and I think just clicking the buttons too, clicking things on the, you know, on the panels and getting things to turn is a lot better in X-Plane. You'll get these just real issues. Now, I hope you guys are able to, well, I can see it if I can do it too, so you guys should be able to see my cursor. But yeah, it's a lot harder to get things to turn in Simulator. Hopefully they'll get better with time. Yeah, the physics, if you want more accurate physics, it's not the end of the world for me, because I'm not a huge plane simulator. I want to do it as realistically as possible, but it's also still a simulator. I want to have fun, and I want the scenery to look good. If the scenery doesn't look good, it's like, you know, whatever with the physics. Now, if the Microsoft Flight Simulator physics are completely wonky, that breaks it too. But I think they're okay enough. I can't tell, you know, but I did always preach that as X-Plane. It's like, X-Plane's got the great physics and everything. But you're right, yeah. X-Plane is, I think X-Plane off the shelf is cheaper, but the Flight Simulator, and you don't even have to get the premium for Flight Simulator. You don't need to get all the planes. Honestly, get the A320. You don't even, I mean, I think the basic version comes with the A320, but yeah, me too. Yeah, I was hoping we were going to land during sunset. That was my plan, and I think I just took too long, or I set the time a little bit too late. I thought it was going to be fine, but I think I didn't take into account that I was going east 1,000 miles, and so the time zone's going to be different, or where the sun's going to be. Because I think if we were landing at this time, 5:30, you know, local time, or Zulu time, or whatever it is. I think that's Zulu. If we were landing at that point over in Brazzaville, it'd be the sunset, and that's what I was planning, and I forgot where we were. So, yeah, I wish we were landing at sunset, and I wish we could see Lake Victoria here with the sun, but we can actually still see it. It's not as visible, but we still get a view of it. It's not completely dark out. But yeah, I prefer to be coming down in daylight, or maybe the faded daylight. Yeah, but back to X-Plane and Microsoft Flight Simulator prices. Yeah, X-Plane is cheaper out of the box, but I think you get Microsoft Flight Simulator, you get the basic is what, $60, $50? That's all you really need right now. And you can always, I think later, if you need to, you can upgrade. But I think that's a decision you have to make. It's like, I think, is it worth having Chicago handmade or whatever, you know, some of the airports that are handmade, is it worth it? I don't really know if it's worth that extra money, the extra $50, whatever I paid. And the, you know, right now the 787 is just not, it's not that great. It's not worth that. But again, taking into account that you weren't just getting, you know, if you wanted to just get a study level, really good 787, it'd probably cost you $80. So you're getting, you know, it's flyable, and you're getting a bunch of extra handmade airports, which is kind of funny because they're now hand-making a lot more airports than the world numbers. So I think just getting the premium or whatever, it's like if you go for that, and you might have already done so, it's like, yeah, you're paying a little extra, and yeah, I haven't played X-Plane since I've flown. I think I went back to X-Plane in August or in September because I couldn't figure out any of the planes. Nothing seemed to be working very well in the simulator. And so I went back to X-Plane and you know, wow, this is I can't do it. Hopefully, you know, Microsoft Flight Simulator gets going, and it got going. And it actually was playable. You know, you can see my frame rate isn't terrible for where I'm flying. I anticipate that Europe is going to be harder on my system. America's going to be harder on my system. It has been harder on my system. And so we're going to have to tweak graphics as we get there. Or if it just gets too bad and it's just not working right now, we'll just fly, we'll go back and we'll fly east. We'll go through Asia. We'll hit all the places I hit up in X-Plane and we'll just do it all over again on video. With video and Microsoft Flight Simulator. Though I do hope they do a massive update for China before then. Before I get to China, I hope they do a massive update because China is a mess. The satellite photos look terrible. The buildings just aren't that great. They need to put some more archetype buildings in China. The information is just out of date. And they're missing Hangzhou Airport. I don't know if Josh is still on here, but you know, me and Josh worked in Hangzhou together, and we probably flew in and out of that airport any number of times. I don't know how many number of times. And it's there. Like you can fly, you can land on it, you can fly over it, you can see it, but it's not an actual functional airport in Microsoft Flight Simulator, which is just crazy because they have these smaller, you know, airports. To the southwest, they have the airport, I forget what the name of it is, Tianchi, I think, which is the airport if you want to fly into where the Yellow Mountain and those things are, to the southwest of Hangzhou and Jenda, where I used to live. Well, actually, Tianchi is going to be directly west of Jenda. Did it at least feel like China? Yeah, it kind of did. I think it probably looks a lot. It probably works better if I was flying at 37,000 feet. No, Hangzhou Airport. They have the new Beijing Airport. They have Beijing South or whatever that's called. Yeah, Nanyuan. Is it Nanyuan Airport? There, they have that one, but they do not have Hangzhou Airport as an airport. And I'm always waiting for them, and with these updates, it's like, oh, we've added in Hangzhou Airport. I'm waiting for a mod for someone to add it in, because there's one modder, he's been adding in Chinese airports, and no Hangzhou Airport. It's just amazing, considering it's not like it's a nothing city that you wouldn't have. But I'll say, China, it felt more like China. Yeah, the buildings are okay. I don't know, they're actually terrible. It's kind of just blocky. I want to say, you know, really, when I fly it, X-Plane, just downloading the Google satellite images was better. But, yeah, back to Tianjin, have I checked out the A32NX? A330 mod. Okay, I was going to say I'm using the A32NX here, the 320 mod from FlyByWire. I haven't flown the A330. I believe I have it downloaded. I might need to get the updated version. And at some point, if we do have an A330, I do have some A330 flights and different ones scheduled. So hopefully we'll get in there and hopefully it'll work. I'll be able to use it. Again, it's going to be a change because the A32NX is now its own separate plane, and the A330 and those guys they're just two different groups. They're not working together. They're not cooperating, and usually you can't have both of them active at the same time. But if you can have both of them active at the same time, then it used to be that the A32NX, all the stuff that they had added in, would bleed over into the A330 and the A321 because it was based on a Zibo 320, A320. But now, because the A32NX is its own separate plane in Microsoft Flight Simulator, because they're working with the Zibo and Microsoft Flight Simulator as a creator group, they have their own separate thing. So if you go in the menu, I actually have 6 airliners now. I have the A320neo, the 787, the 747, the 2 CRJs that I bought, and then the A32NX. It's actually a separate plane now. So yeah, I haven't flown it yet, but I will, and I'm getting better at the FMS, so I should be able to. The big thing with I love about this plane is that you can use SimBrief import, which wasn't able to do this flight for some reason. I'm still trying to figure out how I can have ATC know from the Microsoft Flight Simulator flight plan know that I want to fly, from point A to point B, Brazzaville to Nairobi at 37,000 feet. But then also be able to go in the FMS and just import the SimBrief flight plan without having to put it in manually. But if I have to put it in manually, so be it. I know how to do it now, and I did it, and it worked. And I'd rather do that than relying on the Flight Simulator flight plan, because that'll sometimes throw in random, undeletable waypoints that take you 5,000 miles off the path and ruin your flight. You can't use the autopilot. Alright, we've been blabbing for a while here. Let's see where we're at. Big Bend. Oh, I never got that transition altitude. And we'll get that here. Okay, we're still. Okay, we're coming up on it. What time is it? Yeah, okay, we're still. It's kind of weird here. It's like Nibot is at 370, and everything else is just. They don't really tell your flight level. I'm gonna go to my flight plan. I can actually just jump over here to the. Just do it in here so you guys can see too. Not perfect because it kind of. I wish it kind of bunches it up a little bit so it's not terribly readable. A little bit bright for my eyes too, even though it's sunny. Sun's shining in right now, or at least the cloudy sky is. I believe we just switched to here, 370, 370, 370, flight level, yeah, there you go. 370, 370, 370, 115 once we get to Garab. So top of descent is once we start our star, actually. It's going to be our top of descent. At least that's what it's saying here. Things are going to start coming fast. So what I'm going to do, let's jump over here, show you what I look at. I pay for this, so I might as well show it to you guys too. We need destination, arrivals. So we already got that in there, para 3A. So what we can do, just click on it right there. We can look at the chart. This chart is not geo-referenced. It does not support. Okay, fine. That's fine. Just can't I look at it? Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, they all end up going to Garab. Okay. basically. It's just a different. All the stars are actually just take you to Garib, so they're not really that special. And then so we actually kind of want to think. Overview, arrival, I think. That does not have what I need on it. I'm looking for one that has my transition level. So let's go to our flight plan. Right over Lake Victoria, you know? I didn't think we were going to be flying over. No, the Microsoft Flight Simulator Boeing 738 MAX is a ripoff. Do not buy it. If you have bought it, I'm sorry. Try to get your money back. Honestly, it's just whoever created that, they just took parts from the 787 and the 747 and mashed them together to make it a cockpit, and then they have a model on the outside that's a 737 MAX, I guess. It's not a 737 MAX. None of the system. It's a mess. It doesn't even look like. It's not even a. Like it doesn't. I mean, go look at a cockpit of a. On the screens and stuff of a 737 MAX, Boeing 737-800 or whatever. It's not going to look anything like that. It doesn't have. But they put those 787-10 with modern screens in there. That's not what they have in the 787. MAX. At least I don't think so. They might, so I might be talking my butt, but I've heard a lot of people say no. I didn't think it was either because it just popped up out of nowhere, and it's for $25, and people aren't talking about it, reviewing it positively. So yeah, I'm not even interested. I see people all the time saying, "Oh, can you make a livery for this? Oh, are you gonna fly using? Oh, I can't wait to fly the Max, and I'm gonna do that." Don't do it. It's not the right one. I'm sure someone eventually is going to make a 737 or 738, and then or the Max or whatever. I'm sure it's going to be available at some point, a decent version, whether it's freeware, or payware. But you got to be careful out there. There are people that are going to make payware, and they're going to get people to pay them $25 for crap, and you're going to go out there and you're going to find stuff that's free, like the A32NX. Which is basically free. They're building from the ground up the A380. There's people building from the ground up the Embraer 190. You got people building, just various planes are being built ground up, technically everything from the ground up, and they're all going to offer those things for free. And you got guys out there mashing together some elements from planes that you bought with Microsoft Flight Simulator, and then yeah, I'm trying to say it's trash. In a nutshell, it's trash. I haven't flown it personally, but just seeing images of it, it's like I can tell it's trash. It just doesn't look right. It's not. I've flown that plane, so I've never flown the Max, but the Max is not. I think the Max has to do with the engines. I don't think it really overall changed to do cockpit. The engines, that's what gives it that Max designation. Just like you have the A320, and I get the A320 Neo, which is the next. What does Neo stand for? Well, something next generation. So that was the NG for the 737-800 I was always flying. I think it was the NG, and now we have the Max. With the Neo, you have the current engine, the CEO. That's the A320, and then the A320 Neo, which is the next engine or whatever, something like that. All right, let's get back. Well, I'm just gonna keep you guys out here until I pull up my flight plan. All right, where was the flight plan? Saying we were gonna land at runway 6. So let's go check address. Approaches. Palace runway 6. Awesome. Transition. bouncing all over the place. There's actually some different number of ILS options. We'll just go with this one for now, unless they give us something. There we go. We got our approach chart. You can just overlay it. That's really cool, so that when I'm flying, I can see where I am. We still got a way to go. A little bit of a way to go. Let's get in our chart. So what we're looking for, so here we're going to need this in the system. That will automatically go in once we pick that, actually. It automatically happens. Some of this stuff we don't actually have to put in ourselves. Our glide slope capture is at 6,622 feet. Oh no, I think, yeah, that's 1,200 above. Okay. Yeah, our altitude is really high right now. So we're about a mile. Airport's about a mile. Yeah, it's over a mile in elevation. Runway's at 5,330 feet. Our transition level is 10,000. Altitude is 9,000. So, and then between these two transitions, can't be a cruising. Can't be cruising. I don't know if we can cruise it at that level, but we can't. I believe transition level is where you need below that. You're going 250. The altitude. You need to transition altitude is where you need to have your barometer set to the airport level. So, yeah, you can see we're really high capturing the glide slope. And our decision height is at 5,530 feet. If we're not stabilized by then, which it seems like I'm never stabilized at this point. I'm always, I turn off the autopilot and I start shaking all over the place. Going off path. So I think I can put that in. Maybe that's the barometer, I don't know. But we want to put in 10,000 or 9,000. So let's go over here to our arrival. ILS 6. Oh no, I don't have the star in there yet, so I need Harry 3 Alpha. And we'll just go no VLs. Gareb, GV mess up. Okay, so you can see we got our different, I don't know why GV's at 370, but everything else, I mean the flight levels are, got to be above certain flight levels. Used to be able to kind of just check on my screen here. I can't do it anymore like that. Gotta do it like this. Go to plan. Make sure everything looks right. And it does. That GV still takes us off a straight line. Yeah, then we bounce over to GB. So it's still doing that same thing. Of course, the tower will give us a little bit more information, hopefully, as we get in there. I'm just going to put that in for now, and we might have to change that as we get closer. We want to go back to performance. And plus 06, transition altitude. That was a transition altitude, right? Is going to be 9,000. Radio. See, now I don't know what the. See, usually you'll show me, you'll say D and H. I'm not sure what those two different things mean now. We'll do 5530. Put that in. See if it takes it in there. Or maybe that's what we can put in for, maybe that reminds us of our barometer that we need to put in later. That might be what that is, even though that I would think it would tell me it's out of range, because you're never going to have a barometer at that level. Back over here, quick. So it's still bouncing us over there. I think we can skip that if I want. Back to the plan. Let's go. Trying to figure out what Gulf Victor is. What's that referring to on this map? Because I see Genik. Where did Genik go now? Oh, I'm all confused. Oh, Garib. Garib's our last. Oh. We got Pennon and then Garib. Where's Garib? It's feeling low. Well, I don't know. We'll follow it. Maybe we can skip that point right there. We'll probably just follow it. This time set up. It should be stabilized, but if we get slowed down properly. Check up on our passengers. Satisfaction. A few more people getting a little grumpy. Like Emma Williams, not too happy. A lot of people are thirsty. What is going on here, guys? Why are you so thirsty? Get some water when they come by with the cart. Alright, we're going to do another drinks here. Actually, you can't even do a food service. It's blocking it out. Yeah, so in the future, we're going to be able, all this stuff we can just do by voice. I think PAC-X does that right now, but I think the voice doesn't actually affect anything, for sure. So you can do it with your own voice, and then they'll communicate back with you, or you can still click on it if you want. cool thing about the CRG... Oh, no, see, it doesn't. They're still combined. The cool thing about the CRG FMS is that the computers are independent, so you can actually do different things with your first officer computer and this computer. You can actually have two different screens open. Alright, let's look at... Their APU. Fuel. Engines. .24 degrees inside right now. See outdoor temperature. Alright, now things are going to start happening fast. We're just about to hit egg locks, and then we're going to be going to Perrin. And there we go, they want us to descend and maintain. Oops.
Descend and maintain flight level 310 Kenya 774.
Another great thing about the ZRJ is they actually tell you, they give you information on how your rate of descent to get to these. Like here is just automatically going way too fast. It's kind of ridiculous. You don't need to be going down that fast.
Ladies and gentlemen from the cockpit, you may have noticed we have just begun descending to our destination. We're not expecting any delay at this time, so should have you on the ground in the next 20 minutes or so. If you could assist the cabin crew by tagging your trip and hand them any letters to come around, that would be most appreciated. And please make sure to fasten your seatbelts. For safety reasons, please turn off all electronic devices or switch them into airplane mode until after we've landed. Please also note
when we get
that
to
the
Garib, we
aircraft
need to be
will
at 11,500 feet. That's where they want us to be. So, like I said, the lightning, just crazy. Kind of balancing our speed and our descent rate.
North Center Kenya 774 would like to change destination to Nairobi.
I didn't do anything.
Kenya 774 is cleared to Nairobi.
Well, no, that's going to kind of mess things up. Hopefully it doesn't. Hopefully they still... Yeah, we're already 31,000.
Kenya 774 cleared to Nairobi Airport as filed.
So now we can get slowed down a little bit.
2673. Kenya 774 read that correct. Radar contact, flight level 310. Continue to parent turning and following heading 075 for zero navigation descent and maintain flight level 210.
Alright, so at Garib we want to be at 11.5. We're 74 nautical miles out, so we need to descend. Yeah, we need to start going right now.
Kenya 774 descend and maintain 8,800 feet. Descend and maintain 8,800 feet, Kenya 77.
See, it's just kind of coming fast now.
Kenya 774 contact Nairobi Center.
Eventually they'll just tell us, they'll just clear us all the way down to our decision point, really.
118.5 Kenya 774. Nairobi Center Kenya 774 is at flight level 30. 200 descending 8,800 feet.
Kenya 774 Nairobi Center, continue to gyro as planned.
What would I choose between passenger and cargo flying in like real life or in the simulator? I don't know. Probably real life. I'd probably just want to go with cargo because that's a little less. You don't have 200 or 100 people on board. You know, so in the awful event that you screw up, you're only taking yourself out of the cargo, hopefully. You know, it's sort of similar. It's like I drive a truck, but I want to drive a school, or drive a bus, a school bus or a bus. I don't want to deal with all those people and worry about that. But in the flight simulator, I like having, the passengers and having that kind of situation. Cargo would just be a whole different thing. There's not as much, I don't know. I've never done just a cargo flight in places. I've never thought of doing it. Hopefully I can butter the bread on the runway. I just hope I can get between 100 and 200. You don't want to be too light. I actually I think the CRJ flight, I landed at like 60 feet per second or minute or whatever it is, and the self-loading cargo actually thought I was aborting the takeoff because it was such a light landing. Descend and maintain 10,000. Okay, I was already further than 10,000.
Descend and maintain 10,000 feet, Kenya 77.
That's alright. Hoping I wasn't muted when I answered that question about the cargo and the passenger. I like doing the passenger in the simulator. Probably in real life I would want to do cargo, but I don't know. I don't know what those pay in real life as well. All right, as we get to 10,000 feet, we're gonna flip on our landing lights and all that. Yeah, we're kind of getting some lag here. Just a little bit. You can kind of see it on the screen here. I don't know if that's just because I'm looking at it very closely. As we're going through the clouds, it looks fine. Shallow out a little bit here. Let's see. Yeah, we're 7 minutes out from Garab, and we don't need to be coming down that fast to get to 10,000 by Garab. So probably about 1,700 will be fine. We can decrease our speed. Flip on the seatbelt lights.
fasten your seatbelt and seat buckle.
Even though it's dark out, it's evening, you still see beautiful terrain and the stars. So you get a little bit of both. It looks like it's saying 10 minutes out. Where are you saying the 60 frames per second? I know I'm streaming. You can stream in 720, 60, or 1080, 60 or whatever, but I doubt I'm at 60 frames per second. But there are times when I can get 60 frames per second. That's what's kind of amazing. That it's like some people are running. They got the 3080 graphics card and latest thing, and they're struggling. Now they probably are going ultra on everything, and it's still gonna hit. There's a lot of things working together. I don't know how many things open. You can look at my tabs here. I've got way too many things open probably. Don't need the door tool really open. Well, we might need that later. So, because I don't know what they have at Kenya for gates. Because our self-loading cargo works fine if you have a jetway connected, but if you have to do just the stairs, the doors will malfunction, and they're still working on that. That's what I was talking about earlier. That's why we're still, I think the version is, we're on 1.55 for self-loading cargo, which released back in August, which was, I think it released on the 4th of August, which was before Flight Simulator came out. By the time I get landed and done with all this, it'll be probably about 5 o'clock local time here in Wisconsin. And look at that landscape. So next flight from Nairobi to Maputo is about four hours. So there's no way I'm going to be able to do that tonight. Gotta get to bed. Get back on the road early tomorrow morning, get out to New York. Be an 11-hour day tomorrow, driving. Oh, 60 feet per second. I think it would be 60 feet per minute. 60 feet per second would be, what would that be? That'd be 3,600 feet per minute. And that's fine if you're on descent, but you don't want to be landing at that. You're just smeared all over the runway. So 60 feet per minute, yeah. Kind of buttered that one. It was really messy. And the airport has some glitches in the... So I actually, like part of the runway, one of the runways is actually higher at level than all the other ones. And it, I just banged into that one. I think the plane flipped over or something. It was a mess, but... really cool going under the clouds here. That's awesome. Alright, we're nearly to Garib. I don't think it's raining though. You can see the city off in the distance, Nairobi. You can see the light pollution. So yes, even in Africa, they have light pollution. That's a really cool thing about flying here is you get to see how small some of these cities are and how, you know, dirt roads and stuff, and then also get to see how they're cities and it's not just this weird, you know, it's not all just mud huts. All right, we're at 10,000 feet, so we're gonna flip on our landing lights. Nice and stable. We're at 250. Seatbelts are on, landing lights are on. Gonna try to skip Golf Victor here. That thing is all the way down to 130. Oh no, it's gonna take us down to. I don't know what it's gonna take us down to. Yeah, they want us to take runway 24. No, I don't want to do that.
Maintain present heading and altitude. Expect VOR DNA runway 24.
Yeah, those are all the clouds.
Victor transition cleared
I
to
actually see.
Victor Kenya
Maybe,
77.
I don't know what those lights are. No, I want to take ILS runway 6. That's what we had on the GB transition. We'll do that because.
Would like ILS runway 06 approach Golf Victor transition.
I like to push
Descend and maintain 9,100 feet. Expect ILS runway 06 approach by Golf Victor transition.
I don't know, it still wants us to circle the land. Runway 24. Alright, never mind. We'll
Stand by Kenya 774.
Kenya 774, roger.
I wish they would tell us the runway a little bit earlier. So let's do RNAV runway. We can do that. See, they tell us so late in here. So let's jump down here. Runway. So we need to switch this all out. Arrival. RNAV.
Kenya 774, acknowledge
24.
that transmission.
Oops. I don't want to do that. RNAV 24.
Descend and maintain 9,100 feet. Expect ILS runway 06 approach via Golf Victor transition circle to land runway 24. Clear to Golf Victor Kenya 774.
Where are we going here?
Kenya 774, contact Nairobi approach on 119.7.
Going to 119.7 Kenya 774. Nairobi approach Kenya 774.
The plane is just flying in circles now.
10,000 feet, descending 9,100 feet.
Kenya 774, Nairobi approach. Continue to Golf Victor as planned. QNH 30.12.
I don't know why it's not going to.
Contact Nairobi Center on 118.5.
Going to
Oh, see, I hate it when they do that because then it just, everything kind of gets, turns into a mess like this. What? Okay, what approach am I taking here?
For 9,100 feet.
Kenya 774 Nairobi Center, continue to Golf Victor as planned. QNH 30.12. Kenya 774 contact Nairobi approach on 119.
I have no freaking clue what approach I'm on now.
119.7 for Kenya 774. Nairobi approach Kenya 774 is out of 10,000 feet for 9,100 feet.
Kenya 774 Nairobi approach.
What would be nice is if I could get get a word in here with flight control.
Kenya 774 descent and maintain 7,900.
Yeah, I don't even know where I'm landing though yet.
Descend and maintain 7,900 feet.
Wow.
Kenya 774.
Just kind of making everyone sick, I think.
Kenya 774.
Can I actually get this approach now? Thank you.
Approach vectors to final.
Kenya 774, you are 17 miles southwest. Maintain present heading and altitude. Expect vectors RNAV runway 24 approach.
Maintain present heading and altitude. Expect vectors RNAV runway 24 approach Kenya 774.
Kenya 774 contact Nairobi Center on 118.5.
118.5 Kenya 774. Nairobi Center Kenya 774 is out of 10,000 feet for 7,900 feet.
Kenya 774 Nairobi Center, continue as planned. QNH 30.12.
Oh, this is really weird how it just completely... Wow, what in the heck? This thing they completely screwed my plan up here, my flight up here. I'm gonna fly into some mountains, I feel like. What the heck? Alright, this is kind of at the point where I start just ignoring what they want me to do, because now I have literally no vectors, nothing. They're like telling me to go out to, go 80 miles the wrong direction. It's like, what? Where am I flying? Thank you. It'd be nice if they give you the vectors, but they never give you the
Turn
vectors.
right heading 05.
Unless you ask for them.
774.
I need a vector. Alright. I don't know why they're not just doing ILS 6 here. So I need to go. We're just flying around in circles, looking stupid. Alright, we are doing RNAV 24. Let's go final.
Kenya 774 contact Nairobi approach on 119.7.
119.7 for Kenya 774. Nairobi approach Kenya 774 is out of 10,000 feet for 7,900 feet.
Kenya 774 Nairobi approach, continue as planned. QNH 30.12.
See, we could just come in for the runway and land here at 6, but they're just we're on the same line. So I need to go to, is it how do it's like don't know why we can't. Yeah, we have the runway in sight, but it's the wrong runway. That's the original runway I wanted to take, but for some dumb reason they don't want me to take that one. I'm completely lined up with it. So what I'm gonna do here, I don't know why it's saying Aptos is at 256, because it's not. I'm actually gonna fly out to point. I'm gonna try to get to at 2 do. I don't know why this approach is so messed up. Actually, let me do that. That might be what the problem is. I didn't put in the... I don't want star, I just want transition point. Yeah, there we go. See, we should have taken a Vina and like that. Alright, now I can go on my heading. I don't know why a Tudu is at 44 degrees, but that's what it's saying. So maybe we're going to come in. Maybe it's going to have me do that. I don't know. Outer tank fuel X. What? Oh no, we might be running out of fuel now because we've been messing around. No, we still good. Alright, so you can see the runway right there. That's where we're going. There's the airport. I don't know why we couldn't just go in that way, but air traffic control tower wanted us to go the opposite direction, so we'll try to do that. I don't know, we got like rain right over here. So I'm not getting rain on the windshield. But it looks like it's raining right over the airport. Well, I don't know how they're going to get us that to do. It doesn't make any sense. run us out of fuel, I think. For some reason at this point I can't like skip waypoints either, which is really annoying. So we might just have to fly this all with headings and stuff. Hopefully we don't run out of fuel. Yeah, all that's showing up on the radar, it's just all those clouds and everything.
Nairobi approach Saudi Niner 47 is at 14,000.
Yeah, we got another plane coming in.
10,000 feet.
Saudi Niner 47 Nairobi approach. Continue to November Victor as planned. QNH
Yeah, I don't know how this is there, but maybe it's gonna have us do that turn, which will actually be good if it does. So at 2 we need to be at 9,100 feet. Apt us, or at apt us, which would be right there. See, we just didn't have an approach. We were coming straight, and then we'd have to turn around, and we'd be wasting time getting lined up. Then Epnid is 8,100. At Med 7,000, and then the runway 3 degrees to the runway. So speed brakes as required. 10,000. 90 lights. Eco lights. I didn't put the constraints on. That's all right. Expecting it to turn once we get here to Avina. If it doesn't, then we'll start doing it manually. Precision approach, initial approach, sights on, approach phase, check activate, and speed, final approach. Yeah. I'm expecting it to turn right here. And look at the nautical mileage. It's like Tattoo's over there, but it's telling me it's getting closer to it. So I don't know. I just say ILS runway 06 still.
Kenya 774 contact Nairobi Center on 118.5.
Going to 118.5 Kenya 774. Nairobi Center Kenya 774 is at 9,100 feet, descending 7,900 feet.
Kenya 774 Nairobi Center, continue as planned. QNH 30.12. Kenya 774, you are 19 miles northeast of Nairobi. Descend and maintain 9,100 feet. Contact Nairobi Tower on 118.7.
Descend and maintain 9,100 feet. Tower
Alright, so
on
now we're on the
118.7
path.
Kenya
I think we're set now.
774. Nairobi Tower, Kenya 77420 miles northeast inbound
which is
RNAV runway
30.12. We didn't actually do this. So, oops.
Kenya 774 Nairobi Tower.
So we're actually higher than we should be.
Runway 24 approach.
Just descend a little bit.
0.12 wind calm. Cleared RNAV runway 24 approach Kenya 774.
Whoa, what is... It's kind of stuff. Yeah, I'll tell you, the air traffic control sometimes can just be a real pain in the butt. Okay, we did the X feed and I put that all on the wings now. Or from the outer tanks. Interesting. Oh, why are you... What is going on here? I don't know what that noise is. Severe turbulence for some reason. Get the cabin secured. Too low or something?
Captain crew, please prepare the cabin foreman. Thank you.
Yeah, ATC is always drunk. I guess I should have gone and seen what Microsoft Flight Simulator said was going to be the runway. It's kind of funny because SimBrief will say one thing and they'll do the complete opposite in simulator. I think we're getting there though. I don't understand what that noise is though. Yeah, I don't know how many flights I've done where I've had this, where it's just the routing at the end is just a ridiculous squiggle because I can't figure out where the heck I'm supposed to be going. I mean, I suppose it's kind of like a holding pattern, really, but you can actually look on here on the radar. I mean, it looks like a holding pattern, yeah, kind of. Whoa, where am I going? But at least we're on path now, hopefully. Yeesh. Yeah, it's like raining right over the airport. Or something. I don't know how to change my frequency for... Well, I got the frequency for the VOR. Not doing a VOR though, but... 233 is our course to come in. I don't need the ILS actually because it's the wrong ILS anyway. Actually, I suppose you can use it like the opposite direction. So VOR, actually, the more, I think you go further over this way and then it'll be lined up. I think that's what you do. You just keep going towards it until that arrow's lined up and there you are. Alright, now we need to get down to 8100. Not sure why the VOR is, or what this arrow is for. But our course, you can see our course, and I think as we get closer to it, it should line up. So, but we're not doing the VOR landing though, but that's how you would do it. And for some reason I freaked out and didn't want to do it. You can see how close we are. Take a 90-degree turn here. Start pumping our flaps as well. Slow down. Coming in a little bit faster than I want to be. We're not really slowed up yet, but we should be okay. We'll get the landing gears down.
Cam crew seats for landing, please.
See our flaps adjusting. Catching the glide slope or something, I don't know.
Kenya 774, clear to land runway 24. Wind calm.
So we'll just take it in manually. We're kind of a...
Clear to land runway 24 Kenya 774.
a little bit too high here, so we're gonna get down. There we go. Cabin not secured. Why are the toilets not locked? I don't know. Cabin, why aren't you doing your job? Oh, I didn't arm my spoiler.
1,000.
Ooh. See, the problem with some of these things you need to get on a... Now, how much you want to bet that Saudi is coming in on 6? How much you want to bet? Because he's a real flight, and that's where he's coming. Oh, I am like not lined up at all. Let's get over here. Get our speed up. A little bit shallow here.
500.
Well, we're gonna make him go around because I have the clearance from ATC as far as I know.
100 above.
Yeah, we're a little bit shallow.
300. Minimum. 200.
Maybe he's going.
100.
Something we were doing.
50, 40, 30, 20, retard, 10, 5.
Yeah, we do have some rain. We'll take that next exit.
You are reminded that all electronic devices should remain turned off until you are in the terminal building. Thank you.
And it was a firm landing, but okay. Probably gonna get dinged for the cabin crew after being set, but that's their problem. I told them to. I'm gonna have to start taking it in manually more often because that actually was not too bad controlling the plane versus kind of releasing the autopilot at the last
Going to 118.7
700 feet or so.
Kenya, 774.
Alright, we're gonna pause here. Get in contact with ground. Taxi lights, turn off our landing lights, strobe to auto, TCAS is off, standby, spoilers, put our flaps away. Start our APU. Alright, get on with the ground. Taxi to gates.
Nairobi ground, Kenya, 774. Request taxi to the gate.
Kenya 774 taxi to gate 10 using taxiway Bravo Charlie cross runway 06 Foxtrot Golf Hotel.
Taxiing to gate 10 using taxiway Bravo Charlie cross runway 06 Foxtrot Golf Hotel, Kenya 774.
Okay, so we actually need to turn around and cross the runway. So we're gonna go, saying Bravo Charlie cross runway, and then Foxtrot. Yeah, but Charlie's gonna be the one that I wanted, the first one I was looking at turning at. So we're just gonna kind of flip a U-turn here and cross. Did she say what gate? Doesn't really matter. We're gonna pick a gate. Gate 10. Let's see if I can find gate 10 on the parking stands here. Oh, I've been
Nairobi
here
Tower,
before.
Saudi Niner, 478 miles northeast inbound 4
Okay.
DME runway 24 approach.
Saudi Niner, 47 Nairobi Tower. Cleared VOR DME runway 24 approach. UNH tree 0.12 with com.
Cleared 4 DME runway 24 approach Saudi Niner 47.
Yeah, we should have gotten off on the left, and I should have known that. Oh, there's the terminal. Yeah, this airport, I don't think this is handcrafted, but it's actually pretty decently, looks pretty true to life. Got our APU available, so once we get to the gate. Alright, so Bravo is right here. We came off at Bravo. Foxtrot is if we came off going to the left and towards the terminal. Foxtrot and then Golf. We'll take a right onto Golf. And then, what'd you say? 8? Hotel? Should be Juliet. Hotel. You can do Hotel or Juliet. Juliet's going to get us closer to 10, though.
Saudi Niner 47 clear to land runway 24. Wind calm.
Alright, we're going to let him land.
Runway 24 Saudi Niner 47.
People are getting a little annoyed, taking our time. Man, that lightning. I'm surprised there's other traffic, actually. Usually I don't have too much other planes coming around. Yeah, he was flying right at us. He was doing exactly what we were doing, basically, flying almost straight down the runway. So I don't think he's going to have the livery for Saudi Airlines, but he'll at least is the carrying it. Let's see, landing, after landing, landing lights off, ground spoilers, flaps. I'm sure we could have actually gone, but he was cleared to land, and so they probably would not want us to cross there. And he'll probably turn, and we'll be behind him coming in now. So everyone's getting a little upset that we're taking a while. But that's just how it goes sometimes. Tell you, something that's supposed to be like a 3.5 hour flight or whatever ends up feeling like 4 or 5 hours doing it. I have to go back. When did I start this? Probably 1:30. We're not that bad. I was planning before. And did he disappear? No, he's still right there. Yeah. Are all his lights off now? Well, I think we can go. Because he might just disappear.
Saudi Niner 47 turn next taxiway.
He's gonna get off. We're gonna get across. Real life, you'd want that clearance. I don't think we can get the clearance, so. All right, so Foxtrot. So we're in Foxtrot because it's in black. I don't see the sign for Golf, but this is Golf. You can see a sign, direction sign for it. Should have been on that sign, that Foxtrot sign. I'm gonna skip hotel here. Get chewed out probably, but I'm gonna go to Juliet. This should be Juliet. Can't see it because the yellow's kind of, the light's kind of blurring it out. Now I gotta find my gate. Now where's my gate? This would be technically go right there. Gate 10, I think. Let me check one more time on this chart. Oh no, gate 10 would be, yeah, that's gate 10 right there. That empty one. That's actually gate 10. So you got all these other, I want to figure out how to get, see, we do have another Air Kenya. I think that might be because of the way I set up delivery. I'm hoping that I can do that. You know, next flight I'm going to put up a bunch of other liveries for Africa and see if they'll show up. That's the way it should be. Okay, we got a person up here actually. Guiding us in. There we go. Okay, we're blinding everyone with our taxi light. Turn that off. We'll turn off our strobe, our wing lights. Set our parking brake, and we are finally at the gate. Gonna go through our checklist. We'll let them take their seatbelts off. Turn that off. Alright, parking brake is on. Anti-ice off. APU bleed switch on. Engine 1 and 2 master switch off. That's going to spool down our engines, and it's going to give us this little end screen for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Yeah, departure is saying 5:04. I don't think it was that late, but I guess it was. Yeah, 2 hours in night flight, 3 hours 32 minutes total. So there you go. We're gonna continue. We're gonna get this thing all shut down. Parking. Off ground contact. Just give me a second.
Cabin crew, doors to manual, please.
Nairobi ground, Kenya 774. Could you please connect the jetway to the aircraft?
Cabin crew, the aircraft is secure. Please open doors. Thank you.
Exterior lights as required. Seatbelt sign off. Elapsed time stop. I don't know what happened to that. 99:59. Fuel pumps off. Oh no, don't tell me the jetway's not going to come on. Or is it? Yeah, so you can see the jetway doesn't work properly here. And it's going away, and so our door is closing and opening. So what we're going to do is use this door tool. Unfortunately, this only works for a few planes. Hopefully they get the CRGs in there. Toggle door. There, now it's open. And even though we don't have the actual thing, people are able to get off the plane. And we'll put that over there so you guys can kind of see them all getting off. Smaller. Watch people get off. Too much stuff on the screen. Get back in the plane here. What else do we need to do? We need to turn off our fuel pumps. Because we're out of fuel, basically. Glad we had that extra fuel. 1,800 still. Not too bad. Alright, parking brake is on. Oxygen crew supply is off. The adheres are off. Exterior lights off, AP bleed. We can actually get external power. Get the baggage, catering, all that good stuff. APU bleed off. Alright. And man, they got off fast, didn't they? They cleared out fast. Still got 8 on board. Why are these 5 people seated? Get off the plane. Oh, are we gonna have a glitch now because of the doors? So these 8 people aren't gonna get off? I think I can just do this. Yeah, there we go. Those guys just didn't want to get off. It's like, get off my plane. Alright, I'm gonna jump over here first to Project Fly and deal with this. So we're gonna complete the flight. It's saying, look at that, 4 hours 37 minutes. It's a little bit longer than I wanted. It took us an hour to get going. 246 feet per minute for landing. Not terrible. Good firm landing. Flight data, no, it's not flight data. Yeah, the pitch, 2 degrees. You want it to be 3, I believe. Export this so I can check it out on Google at some point. Not the flight.
Nairobi Tower 71569 miles northeast inbound or DNB runway 24 approach. 71569.
You see our flight right there. Right across the Democratic Republic. Pretty straightforward. Alright, and then we can view the flight report. D+. I always get a D+. Why am I always getting a D+? This was a poor flight. You did not handle interactions with the crew very well, probably because they didn't sit down. That was the problem. Your landing was a little firm, but certainly within the comfort limits. Overall, your passengers were slightly less satisfied than when they first got on board, so there's some room for improvement. Forgot to turn off your landing lights once reaching. I turned them off after. Like, what? You know, yeah, they get you a little on this. Like, okay, when are you supposed to turn it off? Before or after? It's like, well, you got right at 10,000, I guess. You landed while the crew cabin was still... Maybe that was because I didn't get them to start doing it early enough. That was probably the problem. This is surprising that we stayed within all this with all that spinning around. A little bit late on the arrival. 10 minutes. But we were early getting off the blocks, which is interesting. Departed on time, but we're slightly late. That's because we were spinning around there. So you see all this stuff they tell you, airmanship, all that. Alright, well, thanks guys for tuning in. Probably won't be any more flights tonight. It's already 5:30. Probably eat dinner and get ready for bed. So, probably this weekend coming up, this next weekend, the beginning of May, we'll fly Kenya Airways to Maputo, Mozambique, and then we'll do a short flight, probably using a CRJ, either the 550 or the 700, bouncing over to Johannesburg, and probably be able to do both of those in one day, hopefully, and then get another flight from Johannesburg to Walvis Bay before go back out to work. So please like the video, throw some more comments below, and subscribe to the channel. Hit the notification bell so you know when one of these are going live. I try to schedule them but it's all really when I get everything going. But hopefully for this weekend I can get something on a schedule actually. So again, like, comment, share, and subscribe. Until next time, keep the blue side up and happy flying.